Greetings everyone, and welcome to Formula SAE, also known as Formula Student in other parts of the world. We here in Australia known as Formula SAE, and this is the Australasia Championship for 2024. We have a number of universities here from places as far away as the Middle East, and welcome to Al Faisal University. Just spoke to the guys down there before. Small university, and really good to see them here. You can see on screen the skid pan, which is open. We've just seen the RMIT team heading out, and at the moment it's in the starting blocks, we might say, the University of Adelaide. Now the cars will be take a little bit of time to get sorted out and head out on track. We've had some rain here overnight, so the track is damp, and the cars will be running around on treaded tyres. There's over 1,000 Formula student teams or Formula SAE teams worldwide, and our Australian teams, if they go and attempt a competition overseas, they do very well. The team from Western Australia, Curtin University, went to the UK earlier this year and won the competition outright. Now there's often 100 Formula SAE or Formula student teams at that event, so no small rewards in that one. That's a massive achievement to take out such a high level event on a international stage. Unfortunately, that has meant that the Curtin University in Perth have not been able to attend Australia. They've exhausted their funds, as the University of Adelaide make their way out now onto the skid pan track. The cars are fitted with G-force meters, and that is fed in live time back to the officials. Of course, there's also penalties attributed should they clip a cone. I think the penalty that comes forward is around about a 2-second penalty, as University of Adelaide certainly working the car hard there. And I think I see a cone tipped over, I'm not sure. But applause from the crowd, so there we go, as he comes back, and they get to have another run around. Now this car is, well, as you can see, a student driver with an L plate, very appropriately labelled on the wing. Often a few jokes on the cars in some of the labelling that goes on, and that no doubt is one of them. This driver appears to be doing a really good job turning the car to the left and to the right. 2 circles to the right, and it'll be 2 circles to the left, and then exit the skid pan. It's timed, and the G-force meter is important in this event. So there we go. I think that cone is one of the ones laying over that indicates that you don't go here. So the successful run there from the University of Adelaide. A good run, and I think I'm going to welcome, no, I'm not going to welcome anybody to the microphone. As the University of Adelaide, a good run there in tricky conditions. That car, in fact, has been running on slick tyres, I can tell, because there's no tread available on that tyre. So working hard to keep things under action there. Yes, I've fallen over my mouth already, and of course I was talking about Curtin University. I should have been talking about Edith Cowan being the university that went overseas. So I'll correct that mistake. Just as well as it proves, by doing that, it proves that there are people listening, which is really, really good. Okay, RMIT heading off now, and this is an internal combustion engine powered car making their way around the skid pan. Driver working hard on the wheel there. Probably not the optimal way to go. Try and get yourself into as smooth a rotation as you possibly can. Car making a noise, which is not what we expect from so much of the SAE vehicles these days. The majority of the vehicles here this weekend are electric. In fact, I think if I have a very quick look down, I think I counted 3 that are internal combustion, maybe 4 or 5. Oh no, this might be 5 on that list. So we have a few internal combustion engines, but the majority by far are electric. RMIT driver doing a great job wheeling the car around. Not quite so aggressive. Oh well, as the commentator says, not quite so aggressive. I see the driver working furiously at the wheel. Great shots here from the Blendline TV crew. And a good run there from RMIT. Of course, there's a lot of talent scouting goes on at the SAE events, not only here but also worldwide. Very popular in the UK, the talent scouts from Formula 1, of course. They often pick up a few likely people that they feel will enhance their teams. But here in Australia we have numerous other industry types that also come along with their headhunters to search out potential top quality employees. Anybody partaking in the SAE events, they tend to come out of it with really good industry training. The students have to create a company, design, engineer and produce a high performance product to tight regulations with a strict schedule and compete against others for awards and jobs. And whilst it uses motorsport as the hook, in reality it's an extreme test of agility and project management. University of Wollongong heading around at the moment. You can see that this car doesn't have any wings, but those side pods are certainly, to me, appear as if they would be a ground effect arrangement, and we can see the under tray from the rear of the car. Good run there, and this car also running on slick tyres. Car heading off again. Now notice that the driver quite a bit smoother on the steering wheel, trying to pick a line and stick with it so that the car doesn't become unsettled as the G-force of cornering speed comes up to its maximum. You want to try and maintain that maximum adhesion position. Ooh, a bit of a tail waggle there as he had to change direction, and the driver comes out of the skid pan. Applause from the crowd, pulls it up, and that will complete his or her complete their run through. course, a big thank you to Caterpillar, the naming rights sponsor for this event. We'll have more to say about various sponsors of the event as we go through. Now, this is a little bit interesting. It appears that the car may have the brakes maybe jammed on. Something's happened there and they're having some difficulty in moving the car away. They'll certainly be looking at that. These are the sorts of things that are set to try the teams out. So the event partners we've got on screen there: Caterpillar, Toyota, Ford, iMove, Tesla, Pack Car Australia, Applied EV, of course Formula SAE Australasia is on there, the ADF Careers, New South Wales Transport, Altar, Henkel, Leap, Ansys, Thales, the Victorian State Government, Supercat, Red Bull, Motorsport Australia and Calder Park Raceway. We are of course coming to you from Calder Park Raceway here in Melbourne. I feel sorry for the poor pushers there that have found that that car is resistant to moving. University of Auckland, beautifully presented car. Now this car has got the treaded tyres on. The driver there getting all pumped up. Pat on the shoulders there from the team members. Bit of a fist pump. Visor down. Car is underway. The University of Auckland. Great run around the circuit here. Now, of course, University of Auckland gets support from the Bruce McLaren Trust in New Zealand. Good run around there. Yeah, a little bit of a teething problem in the background there, so sorry for that blank space as the University of Auckland make their way around. And as I was saying, a lot of support to this team from the Bruce McLaren Trust in New Zealand. The McLaren name, of course, Bruce McLaren being a New Zealander. And I think if you don't know the story of Bruce McLaren, then you have been living under a rock somewhere. Was lucky enough to meet Amanda McLaren and her husband Stephen earlier in the year at the Australian Grand Prix. Had a bit of a chat about things McLaren, and they have returned from the UK where they were a part of the team at McLaren, returned to New Zealand and have picked up working with the Bruce McLaren Trust. The idea of the trust is to support young engineers on their way to a future of employment. If it happens to be in motorsport, then I think that's a bit of a bonus. As you can see, the University of Queensland car on screen, E42. Had the pleasure of speaking with some of these guys earlier on. Been immensely impressed by the level of the people that I've met at Formula SAE, both this year and years gone by. Lots and lots of extremely impressive young people. All of this SAE work is outside of their curricula at university. Many studying mechanical engineering, but there is also people that are studying software engineering. I've met people studying towards degrees involved in medicine and all sorts of things over the years. So it's all about that picking up the project management side of what needs to go on in Formula SAE that makes these people so valuable in the workplace. Like we've got the thumbs up from the official there at the start of the skid pan, and University of Queensland makes its way now out onto the skid pan. The driver wheels the car out and beautifully through the early part of that track. Nice and smooth on the wheel. Car seems to have good lateral grip. A little bit of a play on the throttle there, trying to steer the car with the throttle. Jumps out, and another round of applause from the spectating students down there. Here we go for the second run around. The second run is often faster than the first because the driver is a little bit more familiar with the layout and the grip level of the car. Plus, there may be a little bit extra temperature in those tyres and maybe work a little bit better. Maybe not quite so much on a day like today where the track surface is damp and the temperature is down. But it's far from icy conditions. That was a good run through there from E42, University of Queensland. Anybody coming and attending one of these events will usually go away, I'd be very surprised if they don't, will go away absolutely inspired and impressed by the young people of this world. RMIT University there, coming into the start area, and the official just double checking that everything is done up. Of course, all of the drivers have to be fully safety aware in the vehicle, making sure that seat belts are done up and helmets on and all of those sorts of things. The livery on this car, really, really pretty. I'm a bit taken with this one. Lots of aerodynamics on the car, and you will see that the okay, so the car appears to be pretty much set. Might be waiting for something on track. In the past, RMIT has been one of those Australian teams that have gone to Silverstone to compete in the UK and won the event. One of the students at that time was a chap by the name of Paul Scalzo, who's currently the head of engineering for Brad Jones Racing up in Albury. As RMIT moves out onto the track. Really aggressive wings on the front of that car. They're standing pretty much vertical. Let's see how much lateral grip this car has got. We've got the treaded tyres, working the car beautifully to the right, driver being very smooth on the steering. And similarly smooth on the throttle. And that was a very nice track exit there. Applied a little bit of extra throttle, flicked the tail of the car. Just reading the sign on the back. We're cooked. I have noticed a couple of the wings around the pits with that signage on the back wing written upside down, so if we read it right way up, we know that the car certainly has a problem, and we hope we do not see any of that sort of thing this weekend. RMIT making their second attempt, pushing out. The car's got good lateral grip, changes direction. Let's see what happens at that change of direction from right to left. Here we go. Oh, that was a nice transition. Wriggles the car through. Oh, big tail out, and that was nearly a bit more tailed out than the driver would have intended. But I don't think there was any cones bowled over. So we should be all good. For those of you watching online via Blendline TV, you'll notice that the students push the cars. There is no driving of the cars through the pits, and this is a feature of Formula SAE, and it's all to do with safety. You can tell from the wind noise on our microphones, there's a little bit of breeze out here at Calder. Monash University next up. This is another of the universities that has done extremely well in international competition. Again, another beautifully presented car. Monash University has its own wind tunnel. and they make full use of that. Telling me that they've recently rejuvenated one of their older cars from some 25 odd years ago, which was extremely successful, and they're hoping to bring that back just as a display and promote SAE and Monash University by using that older car. Really smooth on the skid pan here. The driver doing a great job. Oh, that car, that looked really, really good through there. And as you can see, this car also running treaded tyres. I'm not too sure as to their significance of Kangaroo's next 22 kilometres. Perhaps someone from the team might come up and whisper in my ear what that's all about. As the car rotates again, driver doing a great job. Very smooth on the wheel, a little bit of tweaking to adjust the final line, but no wild swinging on the steering. Oh, cones knocked, that will be a disappointment to them. The driver will be bitterly disappointed at having clipped a cone on their way out of there. Big thank you to all of the volunteers here, as we see one of them replacing 2 cones. And if I have my mathematics correctly, that will incur a 4-second penalty. Oh, there's maybe even 3 cones. So that 2 seconds per cone, that's a 6-second penalty, I believe. I may be corrected on that for skid pan. I'm pretty sure I have the numbers correct for slalom and endurance events. Lots and lots of safety aspects to Formula SAE, as you see the student there padlocking the switching gear on the high voltage system of the car, preventing any option of those high voltages coming through and causing some sort of a problem to either the students or perhaps a innocent bystander. Swinburne University next up. Car looking absolutely glorious. Had a closer look at this car. Some really nifty engineering work on this car as well. All the students doing a great job. I believe many of the students from various teams putting in approximately 25 hours a week of work on the SAE vehicle. That's in addition to their time spent studying, going to lectures, etc. The RMIT car being pushed out in preparation for the run around. So just a few words on our naming rights sponsor, Caterpillar. The headquarters are in Texas, the USA. Caterpillar designs, engineers, manufactures service equipment and machinery and provides digital projects for mining, earth moving and energy transport solutions. Swinburne heading out on track now. Driver tackling the right hand direction first up. Car appears to have good lateral grip. Is slowing, however, and is slowing to a stop. That's very unfortunate. His light's green. This is the joys of Formula SAE. Everything's all set. You get going and it's looking good. Part the way through your run, some minor component just wants to not play for you. That's engineering, and that's the way life is as the students hook up the push bar and they'll push that car off the track and they'll return to their garage and try and sort out exactly what the problem is with that car. As we see the University of Newcastle sitting in the pre-grid area. Again, that this is a car that does not have a lot of aerodynamic wings and things hanging off it. The aerodynamics in terms of wings, etc., is the last thing to be added to a lot of these cars. You get the car going and add the aerodynamics later. And car is underway. University of Newcastle heading out onto the skid pan. And the car stopped, but goes again. The driver getting good speed through the right-hander. Again, we have one of those cheeky signs on the back. I'm going to lose it. The driver will be certainly hoping that they don't. Now, no aerodynamic downforce aids on that car, and that was a good run around, and they didn't lose it at all. So the prophecy written across the back of that car didn't come to play. Preparing now for the second run around. Heads out on the track to try it. Driver trying to get some warmth into those front tyres. And onto the track proper they go. Car appears to be quicker this second time through. Nice and smooth on the wheel. Great shots here from Blendline TV as the University of Newcastle make their way around the skid pan track. Driver doing really, really well, just minor adjustments on the steering. Did get a little bit wide there, went close to the cones. I don't think they clipped any, so no time penalties, and he was better off, the driver much better off to get out of the throttle than risk touching a cone and incurring a 2-second penalty. Good run there from University of Newcastle. Students come out, as you can see the light on the top goes green. And the University of Canterbury, another of our New Zealand competitors, comes over. Another beautifully presented car. You'll notice Roden sponsorship on the front of that car. Roden is a manufacturer in the New Zealand area, manufacturing track day type cars, and they're a big supporter of the University of Canterbury. Now the car they ran last year, if memory serves me correctly, had very little aerodynamics on it. It was a very quick car, and during the last 12 months they have added quite a bit of aerodynamic downforce to this car as it rolls out onto the track. The driver conserving as much energy as possible until he gets to the start line. Power's on, around to the right, and yes, that car has got a lot of lateral grip. Very quick driver, extremely smooth on the steering. Not very much adjustment going on there at all with the steering. Car rotating beautifully and out of the track. That was a very, very good run there from University of Canterbury. The driver doing a great job. Noticed a little bit of sponsorship there from Air Force Museum of New Zealand. That might be on my bucket list, I think. I like going to aircraft museums as they head on out on track yet again for the second run around. Car carrying good speed. Driver is very, very smooth. Exactly what you need in this event. Smooth on the throttle, smooth on the steering, and the car responds so well. That was a brilliant run. So National Taipei University of Technology. Another beautifully presented car comes out to the preparation area, ready to run around the skid pan. fantastic to see so many internationals coming to Australia. It's a big haul for a lot of the teams to get here. Car underway. Driver moves up cautiously, heads out onto track, wheels it around to the right. Interesting colour scheme. You wouldn't know that the left is the right and the right is the left. Good run around, nice and smooth. And there we have one of those signs which is upside down. Faster than kangaroos. There we go. The driver moves off again. Cautiously out on the track. A lot of inboard suspension components on this vehicle which are visible to the eye. In fact, I think most of the cars, if not all, will have the springs and shock absorbers mounted on board. Driver doing a great job there. That was a good run through. And of course that was another of our electric vehicles. Most of the vehicles out here, the trend tends to be electric. Of course Tesla is one of our sponsors and is accelerating the world's transition to sustainable energy with electric cars, solar and integrated renewable energy solutions for homes and businesses. University of Tasmania next up. Beautiful little car. Again, not a lot of aerodynamic aids hanging off this car. That won't necessarily be a disadvantage to them. You can see there's quite a floor to that car, so the underside of the car, probably the most gain aerodynamically is from the under tray. As they move off the start. Driver moves out. Wow, that car has got good cornering speed, rotates really well. Now is that because the track is becoming a little bit grippier? Quite possibly. Car has an amazing amount of grip. That's doing a really good job indeed. And a little bit of a tail flick and out of the skid pan for the first run through. Great run there by University of Tasmania. Some lovely shots there of the rear suspension. Thank you to Blendline TV and the cooling radiator. Of course, we don't necessarily think of electric vehicles having radiators, but of course they do, because there's a lot of heat generated by the accumulator or the battery, and that heat needs to be dissipated. As the driver doing a great job, another smooth driver. Needed to make quite an adjustment there, very close to a cone. And off the track after their second run through. Again, good applause there from the students that are visible. it does appear that there might have been one cone knocked out of place there. That was unfortunate. See the yellow car, the University of Western Australia, waiting patiently to be moved forward. Big trip for these guys from Western Australia. See thumbs up. This vehicle has outboard shock absorbers and springs, as you can see, but they are mounted very close to the centre line of the vehicle. Driver moves out onto the track. Nice and smooth at the wheel. Carrying good speed. Change of direction now. Oh, a little bit of a tail out there. Oh. A few supporters down there, I think. University of Western Australia, good run around. Here comes the second go. Moving out onto the track. Got quite a bit of aero, this car, and they appear to have it working well. One might think that aerodynamics is for high speed stuff. It actually has quite an effect even at low speed. And brilliant stuff, brilliant move there. That car appears to be really well set up and prepared. It'll be interesting to see how they go in the other events.
I checked my mic and cables and stuff. The rain cover was putting a bit of tension.
Curtin University now coming out.
So it was out by about 5 mil, so I've plugged it in the click, so is it any better? Yeah, sweet. I was surprised you got sound at all.
To all of the members of the SAE Australia, all of the volunteers involved in that organisation and their staff, a big thank you to all that you have done to bring this event on. A massive effort, and I know so many of the people involved work extremely hard. So a big thank you to each and every one of you. Telltale beep from the car as Curtin University make their way out onto the skid pan. Car carrying good speed, changes, rotates around that corner beautifully. Car just giving the slightest of adjustments. A little bit of bodywork bouncing on the track there. One of the problems with having a big wide front wing, As the nose of the car dips and dives, you'll end up with parts of the car touching the track. And yet when it's stationary, you think there's no way. Born to fold, forced to mould. There we go. Second run around the track for Curtin University, doing a great job. Driver working really well. Change of direction. That was pretty smooth indeed. Around we go. And flick of the throttle and away we come. That was a good run there from Curtin University. The driver did a great job. Again, you see the shock absorbers and springs mounted high but internally on that vehicle. Front springs and shockers mounted on the outside of the tub of the vehicle, but still close to the centre line, as close as they feel is a good design option. They will be working towards minimising a thing called unsprung weight. So that's the weight of the wheels and suspension components. Every time that those components go over a bump, the inertia is such that it wants to keep going up. So the less it weighs, the easier it is for the spring and shocker assembly to control that inertia and bring the tyre back into contact, or better contact, with the surface of the road. Good shot there of the students at work. They'll think they're playing, but they're absolutely enjoying hard work. What better advertisement could you have for employing those people? They enjoy their work. RMIT out on the dummy grid. This is an internal combustion vehicle. Visible because I can see a muffler, and there's no red-green light at the top of the roll bar indicating safe or unsafe situation for touching the vehicle, being the EV machines. Driver receiving some instructions there from the trackside official. So thumbs up from trackside official. Thumbs up from the driver. This is where the nerves kick in. Will the engine start? And it has. Driver out onto the track. Selected the gear that he needs, or she needs, to manipulate this car around the track. Driver doing a good job there. A little bit of tail out, but I don't think they clipped the cone. That looked like a fairly rapid little run around. So they started in 1999 and through till 2022, but we're in 2024, so there is a cone knocked over. Looked like that one got a good clip. I'm not too sure what the 1999, 2000 and whatever on the back of the wing indicates. Perhaps someone from the RMIT might come and tell me what the 2022 sign means. Driver heads off again. Pulling more revs out of the engine this time. Oh, big slide. You don't want to slide the car too much. Change of direction. And I think that might have been a clean run there from RMIT on their second run through. As I just take a look outside the window here at the Calder Park, there appears to be some blue sky coming. That's going to make some changes. Of course, the higher humidity and cooler air working really well for the internal combustion engine vehicles. As a driver just selecting neutral to be able to be pushed away. Ford Australia have been in Australia for over 95 years, and generations of customers have shared experiences, made everlasting memories in vehicle design and engineering. Ford continues to adopt and lead change, and this is why they are evolving to focus on services, experiences and software that will continue to power the freedom of movement of Australians. As car E85 heads on around the track. Good run. Okay, so I just needed to take a short break there as University of Wollongong makes their way around the skid pan. Beautifully presented car. Very low line of suspension all through this car, and it rotates beautifully around the corners. Full under tray but no wings, as that car has gone off track now. I've just the reason for my moment of off air there was just being told that the live timing, the stream that's coming through to Blendline, has had some random code in it which upsets the things, and that is being sorted out. So we're not far away from actually having live timing coming to us, but that might explain why it hasn't been coming to us at the moment. I really like the look of the suspension setup on that car. Appears to have very low roll centre at a cursory glance. University of Adelaide coming back to the skid pan again. it will be a different driver at the wheel this time around. University of Adelaide car moves out onto the track. Driver just getting 100% feel of the steering and its responses. Oh, very, very smooth. I'm not detecting very much work on that steering at all. That's beautiful work from the driver. Very smooth indeed. A little bit of throttle there to flick the tail. Oh, a little bit of correction there. But in general, that was an excellent piece of driving there by the University of Adelaide. Driver moves off again for the second run through on the skid pan. Bit of a sign on the back wing there saying student driver. I tell you what, the student driver is doing really well. That's good, smooth driving. Unfortunately, the student driver has backed it around, gave it a little bit too much throttle. And motor racing terms, we sometimes, rather than annoyingly, suggest that was ambition overtaking ability. Pretty tricky conditions out there, and the car running on slick tyres. Very, very easily done. And speaking from experience, the first time you spin a car that's on slick tyres, you wonder what on earth happened. I don't tend to telegraph the message that they're going like radial tyres on a road car do. So the driver will be disappointed with that, but really that was a very good effort. If you don't explore the limits, you won't know where they are. So good job there from the University of Adelaide. So they roll the car out. The car is beautifully presented. Done a great job in getting here. And whilst competition is a part of this event, it's the learning experience and the knowledge that these students gain. When they go away from here, they'll have learned so much. Big thank you to Toyota Australia for being one of the supporters of the event as well. Without supporters, we can't have as good an event as we do. And I can see in that back shot there, the cat. And here we go, the University of Auckland back for their second run through. driver, all suited up, dark visor. Moves off. Very fast. Very, very fast through the turn to the right. Change of direction was beautifully executed. Driver doing a lot of work, but it's not wild work out the wheel. That was indicating a driver who's well suited to the car and able to tweak the angle of the steering. 20 years later, sure that the driver would be 20 years, perhaps they are. Aggressive again, running into the skid pan. Great lateral grip there. I think the readings on the G-force meter are going to be quite good. Carrying out minor adjustments to the angle of that steering wheel, and that was a great run through. Okay, so we have some positions coming up, and it looks like AUC in first spot at the moment with 5.28. University of Auckland being pushed away. E42 having a run around there at the moment. Good run. University of Queensland coming back to the start position there. Heads off for the driver, their second attempt around the skid pan track. Flying beautifully at the moment. Heard a bit of an awe from the crowd. I think that might have indicated a cone might have been clipped, perhaps. Driver continuing on. And looks out of the skid pan. That's the second driver that they've had through skid pan today. Make mention of Car Australia. They continue to lead the development and manufacturing of advanced heavy-duty trucks, supported by a network of financial services, parts distribution and trucks leasing services. RMIT University will be next up for their skid pan event. So Auckland EV certainly the quickest at the moment. Queensland EV second, Canterbury EV in third, Monash EV well up there in fourth. Tasmania, that car impressed me greatly with its run around, and they're currently in fifth. Adelaide in sixth, Wollongong in seventh, Curtin University, their EV in position 8. RMIT internal combustion engine, the first of our internal combustion engine vehicles, in position 9. And position 10 is Western Australia as RMIT head back out on track with their EV vehicle. Second driver, and slick tyres this time around. Rotating the car nice and smoothly through the slide. Well, it's not a slalom. I'm falling over my own mouth already. That's terrible. But not the RMIT car. That car is so beautifully designed. The livery on that car is really, really good. I really like that. I think it's young Vivian was the designer of that livery. She's done a great job. Second run for the driver in the 88. Driver nice and smooth. Ever so fine adjustments to the steering I can see there. Flashing red light, go to a green light. That means that the vehicle is now electronically safe. Great work by our Blendline TV guys to get the timing up and sorted on screen. Some errant characters coming through in the stream from timing. They've been able to adjust the script that turns the incoming code from a mess into something that we see on the screen. University of Newcastle back, and oh, look at this, the student getting really keen here, cleaning the tyre off. Push bar removed. Fist pump from the driver to the student that helped push the vehicle out. Team members, and this is very much a team event. All have the greatest of respect for each other. They support one another. And this car, as you can see, no wings, has got very, very good lateral grip. Bit of understeer there. Driver doing a great job in controlling the car. Good run. That was a very good run. As University of Newcastle head on out onto the track again. Driver tweaking the steering of that car, just making sure that they've got the right feel. Good speed through the right-hander, now entering the left-hand version of the loop. And acceleration and out of the skid pan. Good run again from University of Newcastle. Monash University will be next out on track. Monash based here in Melbourne. They have their own wind tunnel. And so no surprise that there's a lot of aerodynamic aids on this vehicle. The car carries good speed around the right-hander. The driver doing a great job. A little bit of bottoming out from the underside of the vehicle, or the side, perhaps. Car's got good compliance to a slightly rough surface. That was a good run. And still running the treaded tyres. They haven't elected to go to slick tyres at this point. Driver coming back out onto the track. Very smooth. Great effort there from the driver. And a great run there from Monash. Gone to the top of the tree with that. They are now in position 1. Chop and change going on here at the top as the track conditions are changing, certainly for the improvement of grip. University of Canterbury ready to come back and have their next driver go through the skid pan. The car moves off. to the right-handed section of the skid pan. This driver also very smooth, minute adjustments of the steering. Car's got good, if not excellent, lateral grip. Very aggressive under tray on that vehicle. I can see that there's a rise at the front of the floor of that car to accelerate the air underneath the car. When you accelerate the air, it speeds up and the pressure drops. Again, another good run. That's very smooth. Great run there from the driver of the university. If you're wandering around out in the pits there at the moment and you haven't been to see these vehicles, please go down and have a bit of a wander around, have a look. You'll find the students are very friendly and they'll be happily talking to you about the cars, about the team, about their studies. We also have displays here from some of our various sponsors. The ADF Careers is seeking a rewarding career. You can join the people-focused high-tech organisation tasked with defending Australia and its people, made up of the Navy, Army and Air Force. The Australian Defence Force, ADF, is one of Australia's major employers. Taipei coming back for their second driver.
Yeah, okay.
Visor down. And green to go. Driver enters and turns to the right. Really like this shot that Blendline TV are bringing us. Nice and close, we can see the entire vehicle. You can see the driver working at the wheel or not. And yeah, really good stuff. The driver there, very quick reflexes to make an adjustment to the wheel. Having a bit of fun on the throttle. Might not have been, that might have been a risky move, flicking the tail like that, but got away with it. Car appears to be fairly tail happy. As the driver comes back for the second run around. I can say that Monash is still on the top of the tree at this point. According to the screen that I have, and of course that is subject to the officials having the final say, as that was a really good second run there from the University of Taipei. And that brings them to fifth position outright at the moment. Big cheer going up, as it should. University of Tasmania being rolled in again for their second driver. So they're currently sitting in 7th spot as the team go about trying to clean any little bits of rubbish off those tyres, trying to give the car as much option for grip out on that track as they can possibly muster. Skid pan is all about grip, not about power. You have to apply the power appropriately. You need enough power to make the vehicle go, but it's not about power, it's about the amount of grip that you can generate between the tyre and the track. And of course the driver has to be able to guide that car around the circuit. University of Tasmania out onto the track. Driver doing a good job, nice and close to the cones, but not clipping them. Very smooth, minute adjustments on the steering. Of course, one of the advantages of the electric vehicle is you don't have to change gears. Oh, good run there from UTAS. And that's moved them up to 4th position. So that was a very good run. It's concentrated with a lot of under tray work there. So ground effects being the method of aerodynamic aid. No wings. Of course, the majority of grip generated from aerodynamics is through the floor. Good run there from University of Tasmania. So that's brought them into 4th position so far. Just a mention of Thales Australia. Thales combines a unique diversity of experience, talents and cultures. The company architects, designs and delivers high-tech solutions. The company has the experience to turn leading-edge technologies into systems and solutions that are both imaginative and resilient, human-centered and sustainable. As the University of Tasmania moving off the track, and the University of Western Australia waiting patiently with that beautiful bright yellow car. You can't miss it. Thumbs up. And moves off. Moving out to the track proper. Into the skid pan comes the University of Western Australia. Driver rotating that car nicely to the right. Quick flick to the steering. Nice transition from right to left. Driver doing a beautiful job there. A little bit of a tail out as they applied more throttle to accelerate in the straight line out of the skid pan. Didn't hurt them. Driver moves off again for the second of the attempts through the skid pan. 4th position. And yes, that was a good run. Moves up to 2nd position. That is an amazing run. The Chariot of Power has done it. That was a really good result. Congratulations to the driver. That was a brilliant run. Congratulations to the entire team, because it is a team effort. As we see the padlocks going on the high voltage system. Render the system safe and push the vehicle away. Curtin University coming back. Currently sitting down in 11th spot. They'll be looking to improve on that. Extremely possible for all of the teams that are yet to come to get better times, because the track surface is no longer wet, and a wet track is often a tad slippery.
Yeah, I kind of missed the shenanigans of having the vehicle work with the talkbacks.
Curtin University moves off. Driver working hard on the tyres of that car. Very quick in, very twitchy on the steering. Driver working very hard. Car's got good speed though, very good speed. Oh, nice transition there. Driver is working very hard though. I think that was a clean run, however. And they've moved up to 6th position. Big move up from 11th back to 6th. Driver trying to get every ounce out of this car now. Comes back in. Much smoother this time so far. The long shot shows you just how difficult this course is. Very tight. As the driver, oh, big slide, but didn't hit a cone. That was a good effort. Big tweak and position. When I look at the numbers, we are still in position 4. That was a big move up though. They were in position 11 prior to that. You can see a little bit of pickup there from the left rear tyre. A couple of stones stuck to that, so they've had the tyre working really well. That's come up to temperature and picking up the stones off the surface. There is so much design work goes into tyres, and of course when you're designing the suspension of a car, having the specifications or the ratings, if you like, of the tyres is vitally important, because if you design your car to have certain slip angles and the tyres have different slip angles, then you're going to be sorely surprised in the performance of the vehicle through cornering. So I'm not seeing anybody in the queue waiting to come out onto skid pan for Formula SAE Australasia 2024, brought to us by Caterpillar. Big thank you to Caterpillar. Big thank you to SAE Australia for all of the work that they've done in bringing the event to us, and a massive thank you to Blendline TV for these great shots. See the area there where the students have their rest and recreation areas. There's a small alleyway down there, and across the other side is the garages where they keep the cars. You'll notice here that the students are busy cleaning stones off the tread of those tyres before they wrap them to move them off the track. You don't want stones working their way through the tread of your tyre. These tyres tend to be quite smooth, soft. They need to be to have the grip. And with stones in there, they don't provide much grip. I might take a little bit of a break, and we'll be back with you as soon as we see some more action going on. Not too sure exactly what we have coming up next. If I have a quick look at the program in front of me. There's design cost presentation event release. The results are released at 12 o'clock, and we are currently sitting on 10:46, so a little bit of time to go before that. Skid pan event doesn't close until 11:30, but of course with no cars ready to go out on track, that makes it a little bit difficult. To those people who are watching SAE from around the world, and I know that there are several, thank you for tuning in to Blendline TV. Formula SAE Australia, which is known as Formula Student in other parts of the world, is arguably the best training ground for life in work that exists via universities. Students have to create a company, design, engineer and produce a high performance product to tight regulations with a strict schedule, and compete against others for awards, and don't forget the jobs. And whilst it uses motorsport as a hook, the reality is it's an extreme test of agility and project management. Now, it also means that these guys have to be able to work together as a team, because without the teamwork it doesn't work. There's over 1,000 SAE or Formula student teams worldwide, and over the years the Australian teams have done brilliantly. They don't have the budgets of the biggest European and American teams, but they've beaten all comers in the UK on a number of occasions, and that really is quite a feat. This is Phil Memory. I'll take a short break, and I'll be back with you in a while. Okay, we are back live. We've got the University of New South Wales coming in for another run around on the skid pan. Driver being fully strapped in. They're using wrist straps so that in the event of an incident, which we hope that we don't have, the arms don't flail too far out of the cockpit. TV zooming in there, you can see some of the beautiful carbon fibre work on this car. Difficulty getting those safety straps applied, although that's looking like it might be okay now. Yep, the driver being given the instructions by the skid pan official. And as you can see from the shots on Blendline TV, this car on slick tyres. The red light is flashing. That means that we have full connectivity from the high voltage system that will propel this car around the track. Moves off. Driver turns slightly to the right. Hits the track very quick. Nice and smooth. Wow, this is looking pretty good. Car's got good lateral grip. And I'm not hearing the underside of that car hitting the track anywhere. Not too sure how the time's going to be, but it's nice and smooth. Driver doing a great job. Hops out of the area there. Big cheer from all the fans. Much quicker this time round. Driver working hard. I can hear the tyres complaining and the bottom of the car bouncing a little on the track. Car's nice and smooth. Driver doing a really good job here. Not easy. And a good run through there. And car 63 completes. Trying to see what sort of a time has come up. The driver is pumped. Super happy with the run around. And that's third position for the University of New South Wales. That's a brilliant effort. And the driver's still pumped with that. That was absolutely brilliant run. Super happy with their time. They felt good, felt comfortable in the car. entire system of the whole team worked really well in that instance. And we see Swinburne University coming back for another run around the track. Seat belts being tightened, checking the helmet is done up. It's often said in motor racing circles, if your seat belts are tight, tighten them again because they may not be tight enough. Car being pushed in. Driver receiving instructions from the skid pan official. You notice that some of the cars are running a larger diameter wheel than others. The Swinburne machine running the lower diameter wheels. This is often done in an attempt to reduce the frontal area and therefore reduce the drag. Waiting for the all go, and we'll see that green light at the top of the roll bar of this car go from green to red. And it does appear that we might be resetting the electronics. Started before but didn't proceed around the track very far, which is unfortunate. I've been away and looked at the car. I'm sure the team will be fingers crossed that they can sort this fairly quickly. And no, they're going to push the car away. Very unfortunate for them. University of New South Wales coming back for their next run with this driver. Away they go. Very quick into the right-handed part of the skid pan test. As I said before, these cars fitted with G-force meters which feed back to the SAE officials. They will know what sort of G-forces the car is generating through the corner. back, has their rest up, and they will make their second attempt very shortly. Launches and heads back into the skid pan. Driving nice and smooth there on the steering. You can see there's great shots from Blendline TV. Guys on the cameras out there doing a great job. Super smooth through the skid pan and out. University of New South Wales. Into third position. And you see the driver there taking some deep breaths. It's actually a lot of hard work. You think that driving a car quickly is probably not all that hard. You just put your foot down and go for it, but there's a lot of physical effort required. The adrenaline kicks in, the heart rate goes up. And if the car's not comfortable, then that makes it even harder. So a big part of what the students are required to do is ergonomic design, with getting the seating to be nice and comfortable, ease of access to get in and out, and safe in the event of something untoward occurring. So Monash University still in lead position. As time is ticking away in the available time for teams to get out and have a crack at the skid pan event. Getting down to the 23 mark, or 23-minute mark I should say, remaining. 23 minutes hits up. So someone said to me before, not that long ago, that it may not be the most exciting event that you've ever been to, but it's probably one of the most interesting events that you're likely to go to because of all of what SAE is all about. There is so much goes on. If you want to come and see some young people who have positive attitude towards life, come and see these guys. They'll just inspire you to greater things. Got to feel sorry for the Swinburne team. They're working really hard at the moment in trying to resolve whatever the issue is with that car that it just didn't want to play. Great team of young people. They'll work away at that car. The driver sitting there. Might take just another bit of a break, and I'll be back with you when our camera guys pick up that there's a car coming back onto the skid pan. Okay, so the Swinburne guys and girls and the team have carried out some work on the car. They will have fingers and toes crossed, I'm sure, hoping that the car will behave itself and perform in a glorious manner that they know that it can. And wouldn't it be something if all of a sudden they get this car going, they go out there and go top of the tree in the timing. And don't discount that that's possible, because it is possible. Those sorts of things have happened before. Car's moving off, that's a positive sign. Coming out to the track, driver accelerates. Good speed through the right-hander. And the car is slowing again. Oh, that'll be so disappointing for them. And it's gone green on the light up the top. So some sort of, perhaps some sort of safety mechanism has kicked in when it ideally shouldn't have. And switched off the high voltage system. I'm making guesses here, but they have some 17 minutes remaining on skid pan time. As we come out with the team that are going to push the car away, they'll work on this car. It's not over for them for the event. There's so many other aspects to the event as a whole. They've obviously gotten through the technical inspection because they don't get to do any of the dynamic events until that's done, and that in itself is a very detailed inspection. It's not just safety, it's compliance with the SAE rules and regulations, which are long. So there's also a cost event that they have to get through, and I suspect that they have already passed that as well. There's presentation and design events. There's brake and noise. There's all sorts of other bits and pieces that need to be gone through. So a bad result in one area doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to be a bad result overall. Now they have 15 minutes left. I think that they will be allowed to come back. I'm not sure. They may or may not be able to, as I see some of our other hard-working SAE volunteers there organising things in the background. So it looks like our skid pan is empty again. I think I'll take another break, and we might pan across to some of the other things that Blendline TV have available for us to look at. Just got a quick on-course comment to make to advise that there's a faculty advisor meeting at 11:30 and presentation room 3 was yesterday. Just an on-course announcement again that there'll be a faculty advisor meeting at 11:30 where presentation room 3 was yesterday. So faculty advisor meeting 11:30 in the presentation room 3.
No, I'm out. Oh,
this car's so reliable that like you could put
Good luck.
And the basic drive.
It's not quick, but it does.
I'm sure if you swap the Lando brake from our brake and I think Lando's still that's already we sacrificed Lando for the Lando. Guys, our aero package produces over 1,000 kilos of downforce, and we have about 1 Newton of drag.
And that's at 5k an hour.
Yeah, you want to see our top speed, man?
Okay.
Definitely, that is slow.
You've had slow brake weapons as well. Sorry. I'll brake weapons.
Yeah, she's like, Alex, you need to go to therapy, though. I'm like,
We can do brake at any time.
two of my live stream poses. They're the real ones. Yo, what's up, live stream homies? Please.
Not you. So it's a directional mic, so it's like it's really precise in a small area. Yeah.
Actually, there we go. Emo's already been kicked off now. Arrow going emo.
It's on the bingo card. It's error goes bingo.
Austin, would you like help? Would you like help? Okay. Huh? Well, there was one of Aaron. Way too long to do. Getting the mold. No, but we want to do it a different way. Instead of just doing it like a week, just like 5
No, just 30 minutes, 30 seconds.
day one. But no, they turn it really on. They're a lot lighter than our previous parts. I can turn it on. I'm like running on 2 hours of sleep, so it's just like 2 years old. It's the same one it's the same I will be making new one next year. So, last year, my next bit of a struggle. That's literally O from the tipping outside our room. So where our lab is, there's an upstairs area, no renovation. I just took the photo. Then like, majority of this area package are all more to make free. So this is I don't think you believe it. it's out of all the angles they have, it's probably the most entertaining. I really want to show that. Just just like my topic. Yeah. We will most likely be like able to
I tried to get you to move earlier. You're laughing? No, you're really.
I'm exactly your size as well. Oh, they're all tiny. Oh. It's all like tiny ponies. I'm gonna say you're not getting it. You're not getting it.
Right there.
Yeah, she's gonna take a photo. I know.
really good to see three of those guys in their bucket hats standing looking at the camera, waiting for their social media to kick in and send them some messages saying, I saw you on Blendline TV. We'll be back shortly, waiting for the acceleration test to begin. As you can see on your screen, Blood, Sweat and Gears is the name of the game for the Queensland University at the moment. Been carrying out quite a bit of work on that car. Haven't had a chance to catch up with exactly what it was. But talking of catching up with people, I've been catching up with a couple of students out in the lunch area, talking with their parents. Really good to see the family involvement going all the way through. Positive encouragement from the parents and a very positive child doing really, really well at Formula SAE. So they are dipping their lid back to us. Wonderful stuff.
Yes, we got lucky. But then we got I know it's not fair.
Like all the teams that have actually participated.
They won one of those.
Welcome back everybody to the next part of competition here for the Formula SAE Australasia Championship. RMIT lining up, getting ready for the acceleration test. So again, we are going through all of the various safety checks that need to be completed, making sure that the driver is as secure and safe in that vehicle as possible. Great shots being brought to us here by Blendline TV. We've seen some of the teams having some difficulties with their cars. You may have noticed for an extended period of time the Queensland University of Technology were in the camera shot with the vehicle in the air and apart. I can assure you that that vehicle has been moved out of camera shot but is still apart. They will be working on it. It looks like a bit of a team meeting going on when I look out the side window. But that will, they are working on that car and attempting to get it back into competition. RMIT looks like they're about ready to launch for the acceleration test. Yeah, oh, great start, minimal wheel spin, and the little internal combustion engine works really hard and comes to the braking zone and pulls that up. So good run there, or it appeared to be a good run there from the first car to compete, the RMIT team.
Can you just hold the button for a little bit longer before you start talking? You're cutting off the start of your sentence.
I apologise for all of the wind noise that you're getting over the microphones, but there's very little that we can do with that. Unfortunately, the wind has a mind of its own. As car B85, University of Wollongong, moves into, or is being pushed into the start position. Notice that the tyres on this vehicle have got wrappings around them. That's not how they are going to run that car down the track. They'll be unwrapping those tyres very shortly. That's to make sure that they don't pick up any stones that could then go through and puncture the tyre. Some of the things that go on with trying to make a car launch. You may decide that you want the car to squat at the back so that it transfers as much weight as possible onto those back tyres if it's just a rear wheel drive vehicle, and increase the coefficient of friction. The car is affectionately called Molly. As being an electric car, the starting process for him will, or the driver will be a little bit different. Look at applying as much electrical power as they possibly can without applying too much, because you don't want wheel spin. A certain amount of wheel spin can be accommodated because tyres do have what's referred to as a slip angle, and keeping the traction within that slip angle will give you the maximum launch. Oh, good launch again as the car accelerates away. And don't say that the electric cars don't make any noise. That was a lot of whoosh noise as it ripped past our on-track camera there. Great footage brought to us by Blendline TV. University of Adelaide are going to be next up. Again, all of these cars now running on slick tyres. Quite a bit of stone pickup on those front tyres that I can see there. Probably not the ideal situation for them, but they're doing what they can to clean those off. You can even see the team member on the back there rolling the stones out of the surface of the tyre.
You're not taking audio as well, are you? You are. Oh, then you want us to shut up?
Having done commentary at hill climbs and quarter-mile sprints and things, you'll find that this is a fairly common practice to get the stones out of the tyres. And of course they need to push that car up to the start line. There's to be no students driving vehicles anywhere other than within the competition area. You'll notice that the rear wing, the flaps on that rear wing are set dead flat to reduce the amount of drag on the car as much as possible. Not sure whether their front wings are adjustable, but it appears that they still have a reasonable amount of wing on the front. Too much throttle, but it was still a pretty good start. Good run through there. So we only had 2 runs through there so far. Car 85 is in the lead with a 4.86, I think that time looks like. RMIT coming back. Currently in 3rd position in the acceleration test. All set, ready to go. Driver not happy. Balaclava not in the right place. Adjusts that. And now the car doesn't want to start, or is it? Driver reducing weight by removing his sunglasses, and the engine starts. All set, ready to go. So that looked like a good start. I'm not sure that the rest of the run was as good as they would have liked. University of Auckland next up. we see the team cleaning those tyres off, just getting the pebbles and the various little bits of pickup off those tyres. There's a fist pump there for the driver. University of Auckland about to start. Top of the tree is Auckland with a 3.661. Great to see so many people out there having a look at how these students perform and how their cars perform. Sure, it looks as if they're running into a headwind. So the cars that don't have wings might have a little bit of an advantage here. Wollongong into the start position. You'll notice that some of the cars are running Hoosier tyres, this one running Goodyear. There is a choice of a certain amount of tyre discretion allowed, obviously with the other component there being the diameter of the wheels. The car's gone green at the moment. That means the high power circuit is disconnected. Must be rebooting the computer. Making a guess. They got that back. They've got the high voltage system back in action. Makes a launch. Good acceleration. Lost control. And there will be a little bit of damage on that car, I suspect. Now, was that a braking issue? A-OK, giving the thumbs up. Appeared to swap ends. I'm not too sure whether he crossed the finish line and hit the brakes and it's had the back come around, or whether something's broken, or not too sure. That'll be unfortunate for the team. It's probably going to mean that they've got some work to do. Hopefully all it ended up being was a bit of a bump, and the system and the vehicle in good condition. Go away and have a look at their data and try and figure out just what went wrong there. Car appears to be under steam, under its own wheels. So all four wheels are still on the car. You can see there's a lot of pickup on those on the right rear tyre in particular, as it's gone into the gravel trap. I think everything appears to be still A-OK, intact. I'm sure the team will go away and have a closer look at just what occurred there. And would have to say it's all a part of the learning curve. University of Queensland. Just waiting to be pushed in. Of course, there'll be a little bit of check on the track, making sure that those barriers weren't dislodged out of their position. The all-important person with the broom. Volunteers doing a great job here at Formula SAE Australasia. Big thank you to Caterpillar for sponsoring Formula SAE Australasia this year, naming rights sponsor. They're headquartered in Texas, the USA. Caterpillar designs, engineers, manufactures service equipment and machinery and provides digital projects for mining, earth moving and energy transport solutions. Also thank the Victorian Government for being a part of the support of this event. University of Queensland. Car is set, ready to go. Very good launch as the car heads on. Great run through the finish line there. good enough for 5th position at the moment though. So Auckland in the lead, Wollongong, Adelaide, RMIT and then Queensland in that order. University of Adelaide back, another late and great run. Second spot still. Auckland on a 3.661, well and truly in the lead of this at the moment. Looks like a very interesting arrangement from the front suspension through to the front wing. Drivers setting themselves all ready. High voltage system engaged. What a launch. That was a brilliant launch. Blitzed it off the start. That was a cracker of a start. Really, really good. University of Newcastle rolling in. Another launch. See the driver's head back, thrown back against the headrest. Oh. University of Newcastle up into second spot. So Auckland, Newcastle, Adelaide, Wollongong, RMIT and then Queensland taking out the 6 positions at the moment. RMIT coming back for their next run. Team member coming in. Bit of effort going on there trying to sort out a problem. Not wanting to engage the high voltage circuit, I suspect. Going through a reboot process. And we are red. launch. It's a good launch, not the fastest we've seen. But it's another part of the overall competition that's been completed. And RMIT in 6th spot, pushing Queensland down into 7th. Monash University next up. Big nodding there from the driver. Yes, I'm ready to go. Voltage system is engaged. Hear the beep. Oh, what a great launch. That's a really good one. This could be a fast run. So Monash in 2nd spot. Auckland, Monash, Newcastle, RMIT, Adelaide, Wollongong, RMIT, internal combustion for those, they have 2 vehicles, and Queensland EV rounding out the 8. University of Canterbury being pushed out. Working closely with Roden Cars over in New Zealand. David Dicker starting that business, and they have premises at Silverstone in the UK. Car is hot, ready to go. Good start. Oh, 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 oh. Wow. That was a bit of a wild ride. The car survived quite well. Maybe the cones might be looking for a bit of a tidy up. Unfortunately, that didn't give them a time. University of Queensland. Driver sitting patiently, visor down. comes the telltale beep, and the launch is underway. Good run, good solid run. No cones collected, no stones dislodged. University of Newcastle coming back. Now they had gotten up to second spot, been pushed back to third. This is one of the cars running the Hoosier tyres. I was mentioning before about some of the teams using Hoosier and some using Goodyear. Oh, brilliant launch. Squatted beautifully on the rear tyres. No wheel spin, and just got up and left the start. Guess what? Newcastle still in third spot, but they have improved their time. They've gone from the 4-second era to crack into a 3.967, so good effort. National Taipei University of Technology. Good launch. Car gathers speed beautifully. Makes it through the braking area. A good run. They're currently in 7th spot with a 5.003. RMIT University back again with their electric vehicle. Very good launch. And a successful run through. See how those tyres are coming up to temperature quite quickly. Those tyres look as if they're getting into their preferred operating heat range fairly quickly out there. There's only one way to really tell, and that's be out there with pyrometer. Check the temperature of the tyres, but that did appear to be working quite well, that rear tyre. Thumbs up from the driver of the Monash car. So cars have still got just over an hour and 3/4 remaining to be able to go through the acceleration test. Monash car still sitting on the start line. Uh-oh, I've just lost my visual. Oh, and it's back. Okay, so the red light is flashing. That means the high voltage system is active. The beep, the telltale beep. Oh, what a great launch! That was a very, very good launch. And you'll notice there that the rear wing has the ability to open and close. University of Tasmania next up. A bit of tyre cleaning going on there by the crew. High voltage system is engaged. The telltale beep. Good launch. Good run through. Now they are currently sitting in third spot. As the University of Western Australia comes in. It's perched on the start line. High voltage system engaged. We'll just wait for the telltale beep and then there we go, not long to the launch. Another really good launch. Car nice and stable. Seen a couple of cars spin in this event so far today. We look at the University of Canterbury coming back to have their next run. So Auckland EV, Monash UV, Tasmania EV, Newcastle in that order at the moment. Beautifully presented car. Their entry last year had absolutely minimal amount of aerodynamic aids on it. We now see wings and things. It was fast last year and it is just as fast, if not faster, this year. Green light, we need to go to red light. There we go. Probably the telltale beep shortly. There we go with the beep. launch appeared to be a little tardy. It wasn't perhaps as sharp off that initial launch as it might have been, but still a pretty good run. .554, 3.551 is very handy time, putting you at the top of the tree. National Taipei University, good launch, and the car runs on through. As you can see by that car, this one doesn't have the adjustable wings that flip up and down. The DRS system, a drag reduction system. The more complicated you make a car, the harder it is to get all of those systems working. So sometimes it's better off to not play with things that add to the complexity. Swinburne have had some difficulties with the car this weekend. Perhaps if we put on a Ferrari cap, that might help. High voltage system engaged. Visor down for the driver. Waiting for the telltale beep. There we go. Oh, that car has got so much potential. That was a brilliant launch, but it seems to trip itself somehow or other and flips itself. Some sort of safety mechanism on that car appears to trip and run it, flip it back out of high voltage mode. That would be so disappointing. That looked like it was a brilliant launch. The car absolutely grabbed hold of the track. Here's a replay of the incident. Now, that appeared to be quite unfortunate. Now, whilst they're rolling that car back, you can see that this has got what they call hub motors. So the centre of the wheel does not rotate. That's a part of the motor, and the part of the wheel that is rotating is the other part of the motor. Curtin University. Another of the contenders on the Hoosier tyres. system is engaged. Warning beep. And driver had to get out of that because it was starting to get a little bit too much wheel spin. It was a good run though. University of Tasmania coming back in for its next run. Shout out to Kevin Hayward if you're out there listening on Blendline TV. I'm missing you in commentary. Team from Western Australia going to the UK to compete earlier this year and came away with the top prize. Like that, it's gone in a blur. That was a really good start from the University of Tasmania. Got that car really well sorted. Still running in third position with a 3.964. University of Western Australia coming in. Like a little bit of a reboot of the system going on. When the red lights come on, the high energy or high voltage system is kicked in. The beep indicates that we're about to launch. All things going well, and the launch it makes. Run down the track. University of New South Wales rolling in. Hoosier tyres on the lower diameter wheels. Looking to the sky for a little bit of blue sky over there. There's a lot of cloud about. Humidity quite high here at Calder Park Raceway today. Had a couple of very hot days. Today is just a very humid day. University of New South Wales about to launch their vehicle. There isn't much wheel spin, but the car's got plenty of speed as it heads on down through the finish line. So we've had 14 of the teams run through. And we have just a tad over an hour and a half left of time for the remaining teams to come back. Swinburne working feverishly trying to get their car sorted out. I'm absolutely devastated for them that they're having so much trouble. The car has massive amount of potential. Showed some of its potential on that initial start on the acceleration test. Car bit really well, had good grip of the road, but then something slips and throws the high energy system into a panic and it shuts down. See the shirts and hair flapping there in the wind. There's a little bit of a breeze going here today. And that's putting the competitors into a headwind situation. Saw a shot there of the Australian National University, the driver getting a helmet on. And of course that's one of the internal combustion engine vehicles. Very little aerodynamics on this car. Not always a disadvantage to have a stripped down car for SAE. Get your aerodynamics right, you have way too much drag, and that impacts the terminal velocity of the vehicle, and it can affect obviously the velocity of the vehicle getting to its terminal velocity, whereas a car without any wings will often do quite a bit better. Sure that all of the students out there from all of the universities are just willing the Swinburne car on to be able to come back. I didn't have any luck in the skid pan. Each time they load the system up, it just seems to flip some sort of a safety mechanism and it pops out of high voltage mode. Curtin University being pushed into the start line. Process, high voltage system is engaged. Driver initiates the start. Not sure what the issue is there. Maybe it needs a little bit more squat in the rear. Allow it to transfer a little bit more weight onto those back wheels, a bit more bite off the start line. logo on the front of the car. I suspect that they're just waiting for engine attempts to come up. They're inspecting something a little bit deeper. Seat belts have been suitably adjusted to tight. Select the gear. Fourth gear, I think that was up to come down through the finish line. It was a fairly handy sort of a run. Let's put them in 10th spot with a 4.478. Car performed well. All these students putting in massive effort outside of their normal study time, around about 25 hours per week on top of their normal studies, need to go into the Formula SAE exercise. So by the end of it, these students are work ready. They will have acquired all sorts of skills, from business related aspects to working in a team, working to timelines, keeping within budget, use of appropriate materials, all sorts of things that come into the real world of design and manufacture. University of Adelaide getting ready to come out. Okay, and back on the start line with everybody's fingers crossed. Let's wish them a successful run through on the acceleration test, this time for Swinburne. The car looks fantastic. Certainly got plenty of go. High energy system is engaged. approach to the acceleration there than earlier on, and that was a successful run through. Well, I'm sure that that car is capable of a faster run. However, a successful run through is a successful run through. A mad, fantastic start and not finishing is no success at all. University of Adelaide back out to the start line. See the wind buffeting around out there. The official holding a hat on. The beep and the launch. Good run through. Car started to break into wheel spin and a little bit of a lift there, I suspect, but a good run through nonetheless. University of New South Wales coming back to start again. Beautifully presented. At the end of the day, if you're in business and you're producing product and it looks shabby, it can be the best product around, but if it doesn't look any good, it won't sell. My energy system engaged. Launches. We go. Great run through. National University back to the start line again. We note that the shockers and springs are mounted inboard. Engine started. Driver settles himself down or herself. Ideally been selected to launch off the start there. University of Auckland are back again. team supported by the Bruce McLaren Trust. A lot of interactivity there, and really good to see that the name Bruce McLaren is still strong in the world of motorsport and doing what Bruce was really good at, and that was giving back to the engineering world. So if you don't know anything about the Bruce McLaren Trust, just type that into your search engine of choice and you will end up at the Bruce McLaren Trust website, where you'll be able to find out a lot more information. Not engaging the high voltage system at this point. Not sure whether there's some other cleanup going on up the track. Yes, there is. When I look out the window, I can see an official running down the track, so certainly not going to launch the car at that point. Huge thank you to all of the officials that are working so hard behind the scenes and in front of the scenes to bring this event. It happens every year. There's a lot to it, and we thank you to each and every one of them. The beep, and we're about to have the launch. Here we go. Great launch. Really great work by Blendline TV with all of the camera work, as always. Do such a professional job of all of this stuff. University of Queensland back to the start again. All the relevant systems switched on to the beep. And the launch. Good launch. Of course, a lot of this is a balance too. If you have the fastest car out on the acceleration test, it may use a lot more energy, and that might come back to bite you in the endurance test or the slalom test, where energy consumption is definitely a very big issue in Formula SAE. So I read once in a book specifically about race car design many years ago, it's the art of compromise. The best set of compromises will provide you with the optimal option. Flip over to the high energy, and University of Adelaide is about to launch. Oh, and something's gone astray there. That's very unfortunate.
Restart! You can restart it!
I'm hearing voices in the background coming out saying you can restart it. the end of the track. All four wheels locked up and it just swapped ends. Provided a bit of excitement for the driver. University of Newcastle back again. Launch is about to come. Here it goes. And we are away. That was a good launch. Good speed down through the finish line. Onto the brakes. Ooh, a bit of a lock up from the left front tyre there as the load came off to work through the chicane at the end of the acceleration test. It's been carrying good speed. As we see the RMIT machine being pushed back through. Delivery on this car really pretty to look at, the green, pink and black. Shot there of the wheels, we can see the drillings in the disc brakes. When you apply brakes, there is a gas that comes off from the pads quite often, and if you don't get that gas away from between the disc and the caliper, you have very poor braking indeed. It also assists in lightening the brake assembly and therefore the unsprung weight. So RMIT University back to the start line. We've had 16 vehicles out of the competition managed to get to the start line for the acceleration test. We have an hour and 5 minutes just over remaining for the remainder of the teams to get through this particular discipline. Put the keys back in the car. And we are about to launch. comes. Through the finish. And so RMIT currently sitting in, I think it's 9th position there. With a 4.422. University of Queensland back for another run. Currently sitting in 13th. Looking to improve. It's a good start. Looked to be a little lacking in top speed going through the finish, but a successful run. This car really impresses me. It's very quick, doesn't have all the aerodynamics that a lot of the other teams have. And currently sitting in 3rd outright for the acceleration test. Cleaning the tyres off. Okay, he's going in. Bit of a fist pump there between the driver and the team member. Bit of a look up. Am I ready to go? The beep. Great launch. See the car. The car did squat really quite well. Like they're still on a 3.939. A lot of activity around the University of Western Australia. University of Auckland coming back out by the look of it. This team doing a really good job. Chance, I really must go and find out more about that front wing arrangement. Perhaps if there's someone from the University of Auckland would care to pop up and explain to me the systems involved on that front wing, I'd be most happy to welcome them into commentary to explain the finer details of what's going on there. Okay, so it looks like we're hooking the laptop in to upload a faster drive simulation arrangement. Of course, the very early days of SAE, you wouldn't have seen a laptop anywhere near any of the cars, I don't think. Of course, these days it's such an integral part of everything we do. Technology, you can't get away from it. Working official returns from being on the track. So we will go from a green light on the top of the roll bar there to the red. The high energy system is engaged. Good speed from the car as it comes down through the finish. That was a fairly handy run. University of Western Australia back yet again. Plug in that little bit. Red light is flashing. Good launch. Oh, I don't like seeing them get sideways like that under braking. That's a bit of a moment. Not as bad as we've seen. And Swinburne coming back again, hoping for a successful run through. Been having troubles with the car. When they really launch it, it seems to trip up the electronics somewhere, somehow or other, and kills its performance or kills its power. So the last run through was a very gentle start compared to how I know that this car can start. For the red light to engage, for the high energy is active. Yep, red light is on. Have all the beeps. Oh, launch, and got the car. Well, that's going to be a good run for them. That's a big cheer. Absolutely brilliant stuff. Well done, guys. Absolutely well done. You deserve that. You worked so hard. RMIT University coming back. Been having some good runs. is. Beautifully. And again, you see the tyres. They certainly appear to be coming up to temperature beautifully.
What size? You have to 12. Well, okay. You don't fit, sorry, I'll run.
Looks like the University of Tasmania are going to be the next ones out. Upset the finish cone apparently. There we go, we're trying to prevent it from blowing over by add a cone. That means a long run back for another of our hard-working officials. Clouds are breaking up and moving away. You can probably tell there's a bit more light out there on the track. Safety equipment is appropriately fitted and worn. So I'm just adjusting the helmet strap. Tyre cleaning going on, as you can see, making sure that there's no stones that are going to reduce the tendency for the car to have grip off the start line. Through the finish. University of Tas still sitting in 5th position. Very handy time. University of Western Australia coming back yet again. Now just under the 50 minutes remaining for any teams to get out there for the acceleration test. Currently had 16 teams get out to the acceleration. Sixth spot currently for University of Western Australia. University of Western Australia not being able to clear the end of the track. Put the car into, turned off the high energy system there now, and that will take just a little moment to clear that vehicle from the end of the track. Curtin University currently sitting down in 8th position with a 4.336. They're perched on the start line, so they need to wait until the other car, University of Western Australia car, is cleared away. That car being cleared away now, so we won't be very far away from this one running through, and just a tad over 3/4 of an hour remaining for the competitors to be able to get through the acceleration test. We've gone hot with the high energy side of things on this car. Curtin University about to launch. Good start, or had to do a bit of a double take there. Speed through the finish. And currently in 8th spot. QUT back. high energy system is on. Oh, it's gone, dropped out of high voltage, has dropped. So the old switch it off and turn it back on again. And if it didn't work once, we'll do it twice. The red light is flashing, waiting for that to go solid, I would imagine. Makes the launch. It's a fairly gentle run through there for Queensland University. Swinburne University back out. Cleared, and Swinburne has gone into the process of getting off the start line. Has a bit of a look up, make sure the light's gone red. I like the way the driver deliberately rested the head back on the headrest. Another successful run through there for Swinburne University. That was a really good launch. And now up into third spot. So they've gone from having all sorts of difficulties to now being up in third spot in the acceleration test. Again, cleaning the tyres. Anybody who's been around motorsport will know that it's a big process. Happens all the time. The low energy system on, gone to high energy. Driver settling themselves into the car, presses the button, and away we go. Good run. The car has got really good speed at the end of that acceleration test. University of Tasmania have got that car sorted out pretty well. It's got currently sitting in 5th spot on the acceleration test. ANU in car 61. They're sort of getting close to being out to the start again. But we've got the electric car number 14, Curtin University, back to the start. Crew pushes that car in now. Got it in beautifully to on the spot. Get the push bar off. Person with the magic presses the appropriate buttons. Thumbs up. High energy system engaged. All beeps. And launch. That was a good run through. In 8th position. The ANU entry. Car 61 currently down in 11th position with a 4.478. Is one of the few internal combustion engine vehicles at the event. Driver just checking around. Have I got the okay to start? Starts the engine. Selects a gear because it has a gearbox. Revs the engine. Drops the clutch. And a great launch. And down through the track we go. Brilliant stuff. That was a good run through. Still in 11th position though. Quite a bit of a gap to come through. 4.478 for ANU. They've got to do better than a 4.36. Queensland University of Technology. They're perched beautifully on the start line. Good old pat on the head from the crew member. You're on your own. The driver winds things up. We get the red light at the top of the sway bar, roll bar, sorry. We'll hear the beep very shortly. Taking a long time to get to the prescribed spot where they can launch the car. There we go, but it's just not got the energy to get to the end. Driver bitterly disappointed. So that's a bit of a problem for them. I'm just going to take a little bit of a break from the microphone whilst they push that car out of the way. I'll be back shortly. Well, there we go. We've been able to restart that car, and it's making its own way towards the end of the track. And the National Taipei University of Technology is back at the start. Oh, great launch. The car sounds to have a lot of drivetrain noise. Noise usually is made by energy. Converting energy to noise is not necessarily converting energy to motivational force. But that was still a good, successful run through. University of New South Wales back to the start line, getting the tyres all cleaned up. I've spoken to a few people around the motorsport era who they hate the cleaning of tyres. It's a hard job on your hands, but it's such a vital thing to do. Car's ready to launch. Great start. And carries through really well. Now that appears to have one of the elements completely removed out of the rear wing. Not too sure what the regulations are around that. University of Wollongong back to the start line. No wings, but I suspect quite a lot of aerodynamic work in those side pods and under the floor of this car. It's a good start. A little bit of wheel spin, but not too much. But it's just sort of run out of power. Manages to get through the finish line, so at least it's a run through. The car comes to a stop. Now will it be able to make its own way towards the exiting of the track? Yes, it can. So more than one of these cars today seems to be suffering a bit of a problem where when the load comes on, it seems to trip some sort of system within the high voltage area and drops off the power. The RMIT machine back. RMIT machine launches and it's a good run through. And 11th spot on the ranking, so it That's 17 cars go through, and we have some 28 odd minutes remaining in the acceleration test. ANU coming back to the start line. Another of the internal combustion engine vehicles. Engage a gear. Plenty of revs, drop the clutch, and away he goes, snap it into another gear. And again, that was a very good run through. Lots of cheers going on down there. There's ANU in car 61 up to position number 9. So they are very happy with that. Queensland University of Technology. A little bit of gestation there from the driver. Thumbs up though. Gone into high energy mode. That's flashing. Looks good. Take a deep breath. Put your head back on the headrest. And maybe not. Just waiting for the boot system to come through. Nice and gentle launch. Car gets away, a little bit taily. But it's a successful run through, so any run through that you get to the finish line, it's all good. It's when you don't get to the finish line that you rue the day that you didn't make a good start. Big thank you to Blendline TV for bringing us such great video of the event. A great crew to work with. Tyres are down. National Taipei University waiting on the start line. Both front and rear wings on this car set very aggressively. Waiting patiently. Okay, so we have high energy system, electrical system is engaged, and a great launch. And a good run through from the University of Taipei. And car 107 down in position 14, but they are having a successful weekend because they are getting through all of the events. They did well in the skid pan event, and here they are in the acceleration event. I'm unaware as to how they went in the presentation events, the costings and engineering notes, etc. We're down to just 22 minutes remaining. University of New South Wales all set now, ready to go. It's another good launch. Really just seems to get up and get going. Really good run through. And they're currently in position number 7. University of Wollongong all the way down in position 16. We'll be looking to better that. Very pretty little car. Gentle off the start line. Oh, gets a bit twitchy, but got through. And just waiting to see whether they've been able to better their time. RMIT vehicle 12, currently in position 12. Looking to improve their time. Internal combustion engine. Bit of discussion there between the driver and the start line official. Lots of aerodynamics on this car. Being a little bit temperamental on the starting. Got to be frustrating for the driver. Got to be frustrating for the entire team, but listen to that. It's powered into life. Everything's all good in the world again. Everyone in the team will relax. It's a good launch. Up through the gears and across the finish line. Like we're still in position 12 with a 4.411. It's a good run though. The car bit really well. It sat down at the back. A bit of bunny hop at the front. Queensland University of Technology. They've had quite a bit of difficulty with this car today. I had it pulled apart there for a long period of time. Not too sure what the core problem was. They've come back and they've tried to have a few runs. Okay, so we've got the high energy system back. They've managed a 5.528 is their best run at this particular point. And away we go. Car's looking good. .334 appears to be the time there for E46. And just 16 minutes remaining for the acceleration test. Got a little bit of an exciting moment here in commentary. University University have sent up one of their representatives. I'm going to allow you to introduce yourself because my poor Arabic is not good. I'm not going to do a good job of your name. Please introduce yourself. That's very good. Now, I'm going to ask Mike in the background, can you just check and see whether his voice is coming through because I'm not getting anything. Here we go. Dan, our man, is on the job. I'm sorry. We may have gone through that little exercise for no value at all. Don't go anywhere, we'll be right back. He's talking. I'm not sure whether it's coming through or not though. Technology, it's always wonderful, isn't it, when it works? We might try something different if you want to. Faisal University, have I pronounced that correctly?
That's correct.
And I'm not going to try and pronounce your name because I know I'm going to stumble over it.
No worries at all.
So please introduce yourself.
So this is Aslam Al-Akil from Al-Faisal University, all the way from the Northern Hemisphere, Saudi Arabia.
Excellent. And it's really good to see you here. I've had a closer look at the car. What can you tell us? How are things going with the car?
First of all, I would like to mention we're going old school with the combustion engine, trying to make it as easy as possible. And luckily we passed the inspection.
No, you're not getting my cap. It's my cap.
Do the runs. Hopefully we'll make a good number of the tests. But Phil, I want to mention something. The people here in Australia, very, very lovely people. It's been the highlight of our participation here. We're very lucky to be doing something.
It's an absolute pleasure to have you here and to put up such a massive effort to get from the Northern Hemisphere all the way to the Southern Hemisphere. You must feel like you're just about going to fall off the bottom of the earth when you've come down here.
That's true, actually. That's true. And let me tell you, the flight is not short at all.
For a minute. I was going to walk
No, I think I've got a similar flight coming up next year on my way to the UK, so I'm not looking forward to that, but I'm looking forward to getting there. So back to the car, it's an internal combustion engine car. You're a smaller university. How many students involved in the team?
Well, we have around 50 students back home, but the participating team is around 12 people that came with us here. Of course, we have to take in mind the cost of shipping and flying a larger team over, so we managed with the essentials. So we took the essential members. Everyone is keeping up with us. We send them the live stream link. So hello there, if you're awake with the time difference. This is me saying hello to you. We wish you were here, maybe next year. And maybe we holler at more sponsors so that we can take everyone here.
Come set the
Brilliant. It's really good to have you here, and I hope that you are able to come back next year and beyond. The students enjoying themselves. I spoke to one young lass, she's doing the media for you. I can't remember her name now either.
Her name is Rada. We have Rada in Turkey. They're doing some PR and media to cover as much as possible of this beautiful competition.
Fantastic. So the spread of disciplines that the students are studying, what sort of studies have we got there?
At the university, we have all the way from medicine, pharmacy, many lines of engineering, mechanical instruments, etc. We have also the business college and a law college. And we're fairly new university, around 14, 15 years old.
Okay, awesome. And the sorts of industries in Saudi Arabia that these students will go to, has you got any idea on what you could tell us about that?
We're lucky to be alive in this time because we have something that is called Vision 2030, where our Crown Prince is enabling everyone in the community, from women to men to everything you can do. We have Formula 1, Formula E, Dakar Rally, we have MotoGP coming next year, and plenty of other motorsports. We're focusing on motorsports among other types of sports as well. So we're lucky to be catching up to the world and keeping up with them. We have the chances to be part of that and see that live in Saudi.
Awesome stuff. I might have to put my hand up, come over and help out with commentary.
More than welcome to. We'd love to have you, Phil.
That's me being a bit cheeky there. Look, really good to have you come up and have a bit of a chat, and maybe you can come up again tomorrow and have another bit of a chat and go through similar sorts of things again. All the best for the competition, all the best for the students, not only in their studies but beyond, and I hope to see you here again next year.
Of course, and maybe tomorrow I want to be there when the action is there. That's what is exciting.
Yeah, tomorrow's sort of the really big day, the slalom and the endurance events, really good to watch, and I wish you all the best for that.
Looking forward to it, and thank you very much.
Thank you. So I think we've managed to finish off all of the acceleration test. I don't know that there's anybody else down there. It looks as if everything is wound up, and a big thank you to everybody that managed to get out for that. Formula SAE, also known as Formula Student in other parts of the world. It's really good to have those international teams come here and experience what SAE is like in Australia, and share their knowledge with us and us with them. It is, after all, an education event. It's not just a motorsport event. See some of the cars off screen look like they're going to go out and do some testing. The event, it will continue tomorrow. We have an autocross event, and we have the endurance event. They're the main parts of what will go on tomorrow. Certainly worth being about and looking at all of that. I've got some other special guests coming tomorrow. We will hopefully see how that all goes. So with nothing much going on screen, I might just turn my microphone off for a little while, give your ears a rest. We'll see what the Blendline guys have got in store for us with perhaps some background scenery. Might even pick up on some of what's going on over on the test pad. I'm not too sure exactly where that's all going to go just at the moment, but I hope you've enjoyed all that's gone on today. Formula SAE Australia 2024. This is Phil Memory signing out for, I think I'm signing out for the day, but we'll be back.
it's not on any wide at all actually, it's on linear, so it's about as tight as it can get.
Test.
test.
Well, eventually we have a vehicle out on the autonomous track. So Monash University successfully had their car go around last year, and they are back again this year. So a little bit of work in prepping the car to get it ready to go out. This is probably one of the most interesting aspects of what you'll see at Formula SAE for myself, because I run an IT business, so I'm right into all of this sort of stuff. Not that I particularly want to get run over by an autonomous vehicle. That's the aim of the game, is to design them, build them, and make them so that they don't bump into things or run over people or cause any issues. Really, really good that young engineers are working so hard and showing great promise with developing this technology. Now, for me, being an old car guy, watching a car go around without anybody in it and knowing that it's making the decisions as to whether it should turn to the left or turn to the right, brake or accelerate, is a little bit of a brain snap. So it does take a while to go through, and of course the track has to be clear of all personnel. We can see the red flashing light at the roll bar indicating that the high energy system is aware. We have blue cones on the outside and yellow cones on the inside, and when they tell the vehicle it can start, it will assess the situation and begin to make its way around the track, mapping out where it goes, and the idea is that it eventually will get a little bit faster and a little bit faster. Car looks absolutely glorious sitting there in the sun. Of course, there is an operator that stands over the side with the big magic kill button. If it looks like the machine is getting out of control, they can just hit that magic button and bring the vehicle to a stop. There was some problems last year where there was a little bit of local interference. Here we go, the vehicle is underway. There you go, driving itself, all by itself, negotiates the first turn. No cones collected. There is no one driving. This isn't a remote controlled vehicle. This is driving itself, completely autonomous. Negotiates that corner. Each time it goes round, my understanding is that it assesses exactly where it's driven. Oh, and it's made a bit of a mistake there by quite a margin. Going to continue on. So this is what I was saying about there is a level of safety involved with this, but look at that, it worked out. Oh dear, it worked out exactly where it needed to go to avoid those cones that it had spilt all over the place. Yeah, look at that, that's just so clever. And the vehicle seems to be getting just that little bit faster each time it goes around. So it's learning the parameters of where it's been, keeping an eye on where it needs to go, and optimizing the corners, and comes to a dead stop. So big cheer there from the spectators watching that autonomous vehicle go around. That's an amazing achievement. Remember that this is being done by a group of students at university. It's not a part of their studies as such. It is extracurricular. I'm sure some of them will be utilising knowledge gained and through the SAE program back into their university studies. And they will do even more insofar as they will carry the knowledge that they have gained from SAE, the experience that they've gained, they will carry that through into their employment. Just not 100% sure myself as to the process at this point, whether the car has just stopped to have a quick cup of tea before it continues on, or whether they're just making sure that everything is shut down before they enter the track and retrieve it. There we go, the team heading back out to retrieve that car. For those of you standing trackside, I think that deserves another round of applause to the Monash team. Managed to get around, nailed some of those witches' hats out of the road, some of the cones, but then figured out I better not do that again. And when it came around to where those cones were lying strewn on the track, it managed to sort out what it needed to do to avoid them and continue on its way. So a little safety light at the top of that vehicle is in green. That means that it's safe to touch. And you can see one of the students there, one of the team members, with a box hanging around his neck. Basically that's the emergency kill, that from the side of the track he can press a button and bring that car to a stop. So that's very impressive stuff. You don't get to see that sort of thing very often. Now there are some other contenders that have autonomous vehicles here. Rubbing a bruise off the cone there, I see one of the volunteers as the Monash car is pushed out of the way. Whilst I've been away from the microphone, I went out and had a bit of a chat with the guys from Swinburne and asked them what if they found what the problem was with their car, that it just kept on wanting to stop. It was a nasty little switch that in the end they took to it and gave it a slap, and that rectified the switch and the car was able to then perform. So there we go. Of complicated systems, sometimes it's the most simple of bits that will let you down. I asked them if they have another switch, and they assure me that they do have, that it may actually get used by one of the other teams. So they're swapping parts around within the teams. I noted on Thursday, I think it was, that one of the teams had a steering rack problem. Another team at the event here had a spare steering rack. Not a problem. Here you go. Here's a steering rack. So that's the level of cooperation between the teams competing here at Formula SAE Australasia 2024. Brought to us, of course, by Caterpillar, our naming rights sponsor. Big thank you to them. Of course, they will be one of the industries or one of the businesses that will be looking for smart engineers or smart people that fit within their requirements for their industry, and they will be headhunting for sure here at the Formula SAE event. Last year there was, I think, if my memory serves me correctly, 5 or 7 young students that were snapped up by a multinational from this very event last year, and they now work overseas. We need to get more Australian businesses and industry types involved in looking at this event, supporting it, and snapping up those brilliant brains that are out there. They come out of SAE industry ready. They've had to develop a business, market the car, design the car, build the car, get it here, all of the logistics involved, sourcing of parts, all sorts of things. Then they have to go through a business presentation, tech inspection, on and on the list goes. It has to conform to all sorts of safety requirements, all the various aspects that you need in business. These young students come out of SAE with first-hand experience, and why wouldn't you want to employ one of these young people? So I'm not sure whether we have any other vehicles lined up for the autonomous, but I'm hanging around to wait. I might just go a little bit quiet on the microphone for a while, give your ears a rest. So I will be back later. Okay, so it looks like we've got Monash University running again. The cones have been replaced. Why not go out and give it another try? Start from scratch. So its brain has been wiped. A little bit of acceleration there down the straight. Picks it up around the corner. It's obviously sussed out that, it's hit those same cones again. So, yeah, it got really confused there. And you can see the lights are flashing. It's gone, oh dear, I've suffered a brain fade. But very impressive demonstration of what autonomous vehicles can do. We've just been having a bit of a discussion off air with another chap here, and we were talking about the use of autonomous vehicles in the mining industry. It's rampant in the mining industry, I believe, and lots and lots of autonomous vehicles being used. There is autonomous trains in Western Australia and Northern Territory, and those ore trains are massive. The amount of ore that they carry, the length of the train. So what would have caused that to have gotten a little bit wayward was it clipped a cone with the front of the vehicle. It hasn't quite figured out that that front wing hangs a long way in front of the front tyre, and when you're turning a tight corner, that front wing hangs a long way in front of the vehicle. So whilst the tyre didn't go anywhere near the cones, the front wing did, and it was just on the outer edge. So I'll go quiet again. I'll allow the guys to do the thing that they're going to do. Not sure whether they're going to have another re-go at that or what's happening, but I'll go quiet and we'll be back if there's some more action shows up on my screen. So we just saw there the University of Queensland autonomous vehicle trying to drive in a straight line and got a bit confused. Unfortunately, it's given the fence a bit of a thump. I'm not too sure what the car's like, but I can assure you that the driver is A-OK. It was going rather well until it wasn't. Hopefully it's not too badly damaged, or not too damaged at all. It would be the ultimate hope, and they are able to bring that car back for the remainder of competition tomorrow. There's one thing that I'm very, very confident about, is that if there's any assistance required, any of these other teams that are here will be reaching for the spanners, the bits and pieces, the rod end bearings, or the bits that may be needed to repair that vehicle and get it back into competitive state. Just taking a bit more of a look there with the Blendline TV cameras around the facility here. It's a great spot for the SAE event to occur. We still have some half an hour to go before the close of the autonomous vehicle demonstrations. So I might just take another sip of my water and sit quietly and keep an eye on the screen and try and catch any action that takes place.
Yeah! It's gonna have a nice clean harness.
Oh my
It's really nice bodywork.
Our nose cone isn't going to be cracked.
You can make it orange again.
Off screen, I'm observing one crashed Queensland University of Technology car that is being returned to the pit area, where the students will try and work magic on that overnight, I'm sure. But the autonomous track, I'm told, has been closed. So we will wind things up for today, the Saturday, here at the Formula SAE Australasia Championship 2024. My name is Phil Memory. Thank you very much for either your attendance at the track physically or watching us live on Blendline. We will be back tomorrow with more action and fun and frivolity with the Formula SAE. I have at least one interesting guest to come and talk to me. I'm not going to reveal who that is. You'll have to tune in tomorrow to find out who, and hopefully there's more than one. So I will bid you all farewell for today, and I look forward to bringing you more of the action tomorrow. This is Phil Memory on behalf of Blendline TV and Formula SAE Australasia 2024, signing out for the day.